Także powoli zapraszamy na salę. Obiecuję, że ta część oficjalna będzie przyzwoicie krótka, bo wszyscy wiemy, że to co ważne to się odbywa w kuluarach, więc kuluary są wystarczająco duże. So it is my pleasure to welcome you at the celebration of the 15th anniversary of our Maria reactor. It's very, very nice to see you all here. As you can see, I'm playing the honors of the host this time. Our Director General, Professor Krzysztof Kurek, could not be present, but I hope that I can at least partially make up to the standards. First of all, probably I should briefly thank to all the institutions who kindly provided a honorary patronage for this event, which are the Ministry of Industry, our Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Ministry of National Education, Ministry of Health, National Atomic Energy Agency, the Marshal Office of the Mazowieckie Voivodeship, and the City Office of Otwock City. So, thank you very much. And right now I would like to welcome all the guests that we have here. I realized that the list I was given is not full, and then I apologize those whom I do not mention right now directly, but I promise to make it up during the coffee break. After all, the breaks are the most important part of every conference. But first of all, I would like to welcome our Vice Minister of Science and Higher Education, Professor Andrzej Szeptycki. Dr. Paweł Gajda, who represents our ministry, which is Ministry of Industry, and also Mr. Andrzej Szydło and Mrs. Arlena Kubiak, who also represent the same energy department in the ministry. Monsieur Etienne de Ponsis, the ambassador of the French Republic to Poland. We are very honored to have you here, as well as Monsieur Aurélien Prévost and Monsieur Jean-Luc Schneider. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Thank you for coming. The British embassy in Warsaw is represented by Mrs. Jennifer Tydesley. Welcome. And Mrs. Angelika Gronowska. The ambassador of the United States, Mr. Mark Brzeziński, could not be present, but he sent a short recorded video which will be displayed later, but the embassy is represented by our longtime friends, Mr. Robert Rudish and Diana Anuszkiewicz. Welcome. Then we are honored to welcome Mr. Andrzej Głowacki, the president of our National Atomic Energy Agency, together with other representatives of the agency, Mr. Marcin Dąbrowski, Marek Jastrzębski, Iga Pocztarek-Tofil, and Elżbieta Zalewska. The Marshal Office of the Mazowieckie Voivodeship is represented by Mrs. Sylvia Stark. Welcome. And last but not least, we welcome the Mayor of the Otwock City, Mr. Jarosław Margielski. Thank you. Then we also welcome the representatives of our, let's call it, business partners from all over the world. Mr. Jeffrey Chamberlain, acting Deputy Administration from National Nuclear Security Administration. The Mr. Ralf Gathmann from Framatome. Mr. Petr Chakrov from International Atomic Energy Agency. Thank you. Roy Brown from Curium. John Stevens from Argonne National Laboratory. And Tsuchiya Kunihiko from Japan Atomic Energy Agency. Welcome. And then again I apologize because the list is certainly shorter than it should be, but some special thanks for being here to Professor Grzegorz Wrochna, who is presently the head of the Polish Space Agency, but also a long-time director of this very institute. if he's here, I don't see, but I thought he was here. Professor Krzysztof Zaręba, Director of the Technical University of Warsaw. Professor Andrzej Chmielewski, the Director of the Institute of Nuclear Chemistry and Technology, with which we have a vast collaboration. Mrs. Aneta Korczyst, Vice Director of the Radioactive Waste Management Plant. And I hope that you forgive me, because I don't have a full list of the names, but all the representatives of other Polish institutions, institutes and universities who are gathered here. But if I'm to use names, I will also mention Mr. Maciej Martyniuk from the National Center for Research and Development, if present. And all the members of our scientific council, with Professor Tomasz Matulewicz, the head of the council, all our other international and national collaborators gathered here, and last but not least, all our NCBJ employees, without whom there would be no celebration at all. So you are the most important. I think everybody agrees. Now the plan was that I say a few words about the Institute. You are all here and all of you collaborate with us for a long time, so it's possible that you know about the Institute much more than I do. Then I will be brief and I will give space to all the other speakers. Our institute is a very nice place, as you can see, in a bit distant place from everywhere, but this is related to its specificity. And it is one of the largest research institutes in Poland, with close to 1,200 employees. Among these employees, a bit less than a half are scientific employees, scientists, but also there is technical staff, engineers, everybody necessary to have such an institute operational. Our institute is scientifically on a very good level. I assure you I wouldn't be a director of the institute if I was not convinced about that. And formally speaking, it falls in the category of research and development institutes, but this is a bit misleading because actually this is the institute which in Poland is probably one of a kind and closer in nature to what in other countries are national laboratories. The institute governing large scientific infrastructure and research around this infrastructure. Then I hope that at some point, not so far from here, our legal and maybe also funding system will make up to that and change our status a bit. That would be very useful. We have quite many departments. Of course, the heart of the institute is our Maria reactor, but in addition to that, we have many reactors built around, starting from the Department for Fundamental Research, Material Physics, Nuclear Techniques and Equipment, Complexity Center, which is the home of one of the Polish main supercomputing centers. So all these parts form an ecosystem which has a great potential for producing good scientific results and also serving the Polish and international community in various ways. From the scientific point of view, we publish roughly 500 peer-reviewed papers yearly. Usually we have around 150 different type of research and development projects with quite a high success rate both in national and European grant applications. As I said, our reactor is the heart of the institute and the reason why you gathered here, but about this we will hear more in a short while, so I don't say much. And one thing which you will also hear a lot in a short while is that it serves Polish and international community because it provides the radiopharmaceuticals to practically all Polish market and a large part of international market with medicine provided for 17 million patients every year. So this is a very, very important activity. We'll hear about it later. We collaborate in terms of research with practically all the world in different aspects on different kind of research activities. We collaborate with practically all big laboratories in nuclear physics or physics in general all over the world, including CERN or DESI, and also we provide hardware for experiments being conducted there. Our supercomputing center is also serving not only our users, but also this big international community. We are very proud that, for example, it is Tier 1, which means very high level node for the CERN HSCB experiment. We produce various types of nuclear equipment, mobile accelerators, both for medical uses and, for example, border protection. So we are also important in the area of taking care of the national security. But here in this area, medicine is also important. We have a number of other big projects and big enterprises ongoing, so I don't have time to name or even mention all of that. What I would like to mention is that right now we have in the advanced state of being built the free electron laser facility. This is also the type of a big infrastructure thing, POLFEL, and hopefully it will be finished soon and can start provide services and results with Polish and international community. And one more important project which is being developed in this institute, and many of you are also related with it, is the program for technical design of high temperature gas-cooled nuclear reactors. And here, in some time, we also hope to reach the stage of having a new variety, new category of nuclear powers thanks to our institute. So I didn't mention even a small % of activities of our institute, but I hope I gave you the impression that we do important things, and you being here today is probably another proof of it. So right now, thank you for attention, and I would like to invite our honorary guests, whoever of you would like to give an address or say a few words. On my list, Professor Szeptycki is the first, so welcome.
Thank you very much. Dear Professor Pollo, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here for this 50th anniversary of the Maria reactor. Professor Pollo presented, as she said, only very briefly, both the National Center of Nuclear Research and in a larger way the Polish nuclear physics sector. We have a very good nuclear physics sector in Poland. Of course, I could start with Maria Skłodowska-Curie, after whom the reactor has been named, but between Skłodowska-Curie and today's time, we had lots of other eminent researchers, just to name Andrzej Szeptycki, who was working here, or Henryk Niewodniczański, who was based in Krakow. And they were working in a very singular period during the Cold War. And despite these difficulties related to the East-West division, despite the communist system, they were able to first do very good research, second, start this international cooperation, which was mentioned during the presentation. Was very important cooperation with both East and West. Of course, the Dubna Institute in Soviet Union, but also Western institutions, such as already mentioned CERN, when Polish scholars started to go, well, in the late 50s, more or less, if I'm not mistaken. And already in the 50s, the first research reactor EVA was constructed here. And, well, in 1970, the decision was taken to start building Maria, which led to its construction in 1974. EVA was closed some 30 years ago, and currently Maria is the only research nuclear reactor in Poland, which makes it very valuable for us. However, the role of Maria and the role of the National Center for Nuclear Research is not only limited to research. Maria and the National Center for Nuclear Research are important players in the field of radioactive medical isotopes, molybdenum 99, iodine 131, and also, last but not least, nuclear energy itself is, especially currently, of importance for both security, strategic, and environmental reasons. Especially since 24th February 2022, the beginning of the full-scale war of Russia against Ukraine, we see even more than before the need to limit our dependence on gas and oil. And also we need, and we know that already for many years, we need green, clean energy. And nuclear energy is to be one of the elements of this green transformation. And in that context, we clearly see, we understand, we appreciate the role of the National Center for Nuclear Research. And we want to continue our cooperation together with the other ministries present here today, the Ministry of Health, radioactive isotopes, Ministry of Industry, possibly also other ministries to make, it will sound very political, to make National Center for Nuclear Research even greater again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and looking forward to the future then. And now I would like to invite Dr. Paweł Gajda, the Director of Nuclear Energy Department, to speak on behalf of Ministry of Industry.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I have a letter from our minister, Ms. Marzena Czarnecka. It's unfortunately in Polish, but I will try to translate it briefly in English. So, dear guests, I'm very grateful for the invitation to the celebration of the 15th anniversary of Maria Reactor. Please accept my congratulations. Maria is the only one nuclear reactor currently working in Poland. It's an unique research device which contribution to Polish science it's hard to overstate. Maria served in countless Polish and international science projects and contributed to the development in many fields of science, including nuclear physics, material engineering, and even history of arts. But Maria Reactor, it's not only research. It's also the production of radiopharmaceuticals. Thanks to her, every week, thousands of patients in Poland and abroad have ensured the diagnostics and therapy of oncological diseases. Contribution of Maria Reactor for the public health is impossible to overstate. However, when we speak about countless achievement of Maria Reactor, we need to remember not the reactor itself, but of course also people involved in every aspect of its activities. Construction and then already half a century of operations of the reactor wouldn't be possible without several generations of employees of Institute of Nuclear Research, then Institute of Nuclear Energy, and currently National Center for Nuclear Research. For their long-lasting contribution, I would like to thank them. Ahead of Maria, there are new challenges. Besides continuation of current activities in the fields of science and security of supply of radiopharmaceuticals, together with introduction of nuclear power in Poland, Maria would become very important part of the research infrastructure supporting the introduction of nuclear program. That's why it's very important to ensure that our reactor could serve Polish science, Polish industry, and Polish patients for several upcoming decades. Once again, I would like to thank you for your work, and to all of you, and of course our reactor, I would like to wish you many successes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I may, invite now Monsieur Etienne de Poncis, the French ambassador.
Dziękuję bardzo. Good morning, everyone. It's really Mr. Undersecretary of State, dear Andrzej Szeptycki, dear colleague, dear Director, fellow leaders, distinguished guests. It's really for me an honor to be here. As French ambassador, I am the French ambassador for now 1 year, and this is already the second time that I visit Maria. So this is demonstrates how close we are from the Polish nuclear industry and research. It is really an honor and a pleasure to celebrate with you the 50th anniversary of the Maria reactor, together with some of the brightest minds in Poland, and from what I heard, coming from all the world. This event is not only a celebration of nuclear physics in Poland, but also of the French-Polish friendship, and this is why probably you have invited me as guest of honor. As you all know, and as it has been said by Mr. Undersecretary, this reactor is named after our common national inspiration, Maria Skłodowska-Curie. She was considered by one of the brightest minds, Dr. Einstein, as an unpretentious, honest person with a sparkling intelligence, and I'm pretty sure this is very true. And what a legacy to have named this reactor after such a legend. I remember that Maria Skłodowska-Curie had winning twice the Nobel Prize, which is completely unprecedented. The discoveries she greatly contributed to were a milestone for the development of nuclear physics and chemistry. Personally, I pay great tribute to and admiration to Maria Skłodowska-Curie. This is why, and it is no coincidence, I have therefore chosen to place my ambassadorship under her symbol and under her patronage. Immediately after presented my credential to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Poland, with my team, with the embassy, we went and we led a race under her statue in Warsaw, and this is no coincidence. As Maria Skłodowska-Curie once said, one never notices what has been done, one can only see what remains to be done. So today I will focus on what has been done, and it is a huge work that has been done at the Polish National Center for Nuclear Research. As I certainly cannot be exhaustive, I would like to stress 3 great achievements that have been achieved in the history of this reactor that particularly resonate with me. First, the construction of this reactor in 1974 by itself is a major achievement showing to the world the Polish skills. Indeed, this reactor is the first nuclear reactor with a Polish design, and that is built by Polish experts. The research reactor Maria has since trained many other nuclear engineers and is an important asset for your future civil nuclear program, And you know that France remains fully committed to accompany Poland in its journey. And I can tell you that this ambition is shared by our two leaders. I had the honor to be present at the Élysée Palace during the meeting between Prime Minister Tusk and President Macron in February. And without disclosing secret, I can tell you that the will of Poland to go through a very completed and full civilian nuclear program was at the agenda, in addition to the good French cuisine, of course. Secondly, this reactor, Maria reactor, is very important in Europe for nuclear medicine. The Maria reactor is one of the most important suppliers of the irradiated uranium, producing between 10 and 20% of global demands for molybdenum-99, which is used in cancer diagnosis and therapy. 1 week of reactor operatings is helping 100,000 patients worldwide. What an achievement! Only a few research reactors in Europe have such remarkable capacity, and it is also of the utmost importance since the Russian aggression of Ukraine. Russia is the sole commercial supplier for some isotopes and a major producer of uranium, which is used in isotope production reactors. And finally, I want to recall one particular event in the life of this reactor that feels important to me and demonstrated once again the strong French-Polish friendship. When Russia invaded Ukraine, and that was mentioned by Mr. Undersecretary of State, and I was at that time, I very much remember that because I was at that time French ambassador in Ukraine. All reactors operating with Russian fuel were challenged in Europe. Challenged because they had to get rid quickly of Russian dependency and still keep their reactors operating. And I'm very proud to tell you that the French company, Framatome, developed one solution for the Maria reactor impressively quickly and was able to deliver assembled fuel in a record time. And on 10th of May 2023, the delivery was officially celebrated, and we could not have been more happier. As you can see, there is so much history to be celebrated about this reactor, and I hope there will be so much more to celebrate in the future. Not so far now, we are not so far now from the Polish presidency of the EU, and I feel it is the right place to mention a new impulse given to nuclear research and to nuclear civil energy in the EU. As the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, declared on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the CERN, just like 70 years ago, we live in times of rising geopolitical competition. We are in the midst of a global race for the technologies that will shape the world of tomorrow, from clean tech to quantum, from AE to fusion. And the Maria reactor, I'm pretty sure and confident, is part of the race in field research, and it is more important than ever. So long live Maria, bon anniversaire, 100 lat Maria. Dziękuję.
Thank you so much. And now, if I may invite Mrs. Jennifer Tydesley on behalf of the British Embassy.
Bardzo dziękuję. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer Tyldesley. I'm the Minister Counselor at the British Embassy, and I represent here today my ambassador, Anna Clunes, who sends her regrets she's not able to join us. But she, like I want to offer our huge congratulations on the 50th Jubilee of this institution. We are honoured to be part of the celebration. As the Minister said, we live in a time of geopolitical uncertainty, and what has happened with the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine has underscored the need for energy security and the need to make progress on our climate commitments and to triple the global nuclear capacity and capability worldwide as agreed at COP28 generates a real urgency to the agenda that you are pursuing here. And I want to offer my deep appreciation to absolutely everybody who has ever worked here for all that you do. It is a hugely impactful, prestigious international organisation. The UK, like Poland, has a journey that we are still amidst on nuclear power. We are building Hinkley, a Sizewell C, as well as seeking to deploy a range of small modular reactors. And here in Poland, we are working with you in research, but also in regulation and skills, and there is more to do. We have very good UK companies here, working such as Urenco, Jacobs, Rolls-Royce, and across these various spectrums of cooperation, the time's calling us to do more, to go faster, to deepen those roots of friendship and cooperation. I'm really excited. The urgency that those threats create also creates a really deep opportunity for that collaboration, and I'm really excited to see what the future holds, both for yourselves as an international organisation, but also for international cooperation. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much. Now, according to the agenda, we should display a short video sent to us by the ambassador of the United States, Mr. Mark Brzeziński.
Dear guests, I am so sorry that I cannot be with you in person today, but I did not want to miss this opportunity to congratulate the team at Maria and the National Center for Nuclear Research on 50 years of successful, safe, and reliable operations. 100 lat, 100 lat. This facility is so important, and not just for Poland. We're grateful for all you do, especially given your important work providing vital medical isotopes used around the globe, including in the United States. I'm glad that the United States has been able to have such a long and successful partnership with the team at Maria. I'm also glad that you are joined today by Jeff Chamberlain and John Stevens, who represent top leadership from the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration and Argonne National Laboratory. Their organizations and other U.S. institutions have played such a significant role in Maria's development, from the conversion to low-enriched uranium to physical and now cyber security cooperation. The United States is committed to partnering with you on maintaining the highest standards in nuclear security and safeguards. I very much enjoyed my own visit to Maria earlier this year. Thank you. And I was joined by the chair of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Chris Hansen. Thank you for the opportunity to learn about your operations, about the work of a nuclear reactor. I will never forget the experience of seeing the blue glow of Churenkov radiation firsthand. It was wonderful to meet many of you, Poland's leading nuclear experts, on that trip. As those operating Poland's only reactor, your work is so important for another reason. You are at the forefront of this country's burgeoning nuclear industry. We all know that nuclear power is a vital and important part of Poland's future. As a generation learns to build and operate Poland's fleet, many of them have or will get essential hands-on experience at Maria and the National Center for Nuclear Research. And just as we have with Maria, the United States will remain right by your side as this critical industry expands and grows. We are immensely proud that our commitment and cooperation with Poland's civil nuclear sector is deep and broad. In terms of advancing Poland's energy security and independence, I'm so glad Poland selected two flagship U.S. companies, Westinghouse and Bechtel, to build its first 3 reactors. Of course, I hope Poland's decision makers will take advantage of economies of scale and select the same team for the second set of reactors. As U.S. ambassador, I'm committed to making sure this project continues moving forward at full speed. Poland can seize this moment to deliver on the promise of clean, safe, affordable nuclear energy in partnership with the United States. There is no time to waste. What you have accomplished at this facility in the last 50 years is remarkable. We all have lots of work ahead to ensure civil nuclear technology is a growing success in Poland for the next 50 years and beyond. Thank you so much for your partnership and hard work. And again, congratulations. Gratulacja.
Of the National Atomic Agency, Mr. Andrzej Głowacki.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Director General for the National Center for Nuclear Research and all the NCBJ's staff for your contribution to the achievement of Polish science and constant support to the development of knowledge about nuclear safety and nuclear technologies. I appreciate that the NCBJ, which enjoys an excellent reputation, is our partner in improving the quality of education on nuclear safety and radiation protection. The 50th anniversary of the Maria Research Reactor reminds us and highlights the great importance of this facility for the Polish science. It contributes not only to the 30% of world demand for iodine and many other radioisotopes, but in general to the development of nuclear safety, nuclear physics, and science. Maria is also allowing research on nuclear safety and radiation protection and is the only facility in Poland providing practical education opportunities for students in this area. Therefore, given the prospect of the implementation of nuclear energy in Poland, I'm glad that there is such an institution as an NCBJ, which safely operates nuclear facility. NCBJ is also one of the most important centers disseminating knowledge on issues related to nuclear safety and the safety culture in nuclear energy sector. This would not be possible without the highly devoted researchers and scientists working in the National Center. Without your dedicated staff, this place would not be what it is today. I remember when I came here for the first time in the year 2007, I was very impressed by this facility, but not only by the reactor itself, but also dedicated and knowledgeable staff who is working here. After many years and many modifications, this facility, the reactor, is now even more modern, but also it's even beautiful as a woman. On such an important day, I wish all of you a great success in the future. May it be both for the center and for all of us, a time for new perspective. Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite Mrs. Sylwia Stark on behalf of the Marshal Office of the Mazowieckie Voivodeship. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sylwia Stark. I'm the representative of the Mazowieckie Voivodeship. I'm the head of Regional Innovation System Unit. It's my great pleasure and honor to read a couple of words from Mr. Marshal Adam Struzik to Mr. Professor Krzysztof Kurek. Dear Director General, thank you for inviting me to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Maria Reactor. This remarkable milestone is an evidence to the dedication and hard work of generations of scientists, engineers, and technicians at the National Center of Nuclear Research. Innovation, advanced interdisciplinary projects, and bold concepts that bridge science and industry are the cornerstones for 21st century progress. These efforts drive the dynamic development of nations and help us tackle contemporary challenges. The successful collaboration between prestigious scientific centers and entrepreneurs and the transfer of cutting-edge knowledge and research to medicine and various economic sectors is particularly noteworthy. I warmly congratulate you on this significant jubilee. Maria's invaluable work enhances Mazovia's reputation as a hub for innovative solutions in medicine and energy transformation. I wish you a successful meeting and many more years of fruitful work. I believe that new ambitious research and projects will lead to further impressive scientific achievements. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all National Center Nuclear Research employees for their dedication and passion. I'm also honored to have taken the honorary patronage over this unique event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And last but not least on my list, Mr. Jarosław Margielski, the president, the mayor of the Otwock city.
Thank you, Ms. Director. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, employees of the National Center for Nuclear Research, we are gathered here today to celebrate a remarkable anniversary, to the 5th anniversary of the launch of the Maria nuclear reactor and the National Center for Nuclear Research in Otwock. This event is not only a part of the history of our region, but it also holds great significance for the entire country and even the world of science. Half a century ago, when Maria was launched, it was a symbol of technological and scientific progress. It was proof that Poland not only had aspirations, but also the competence to conduct research at a global level. Today, 50 years later, we can proudly say that Maria has not only stood the test of time, but continues to play a key role in the development of science, innovation, and industry. On behalf of the residents of Otwock and the entire region, I would like to express deep appreciation to all those who contribute to this success. I thank the scientists, engineers, technicians, and all of the staff of the Nuclear Center for Nuclear Research who, through their knowledge, dedication, and hard work, consistently prove that we can tackle the most challenging issues of the modern world. Your research contributes to the advancement of medicine, energy, and environmental protection. Thanks to your efforts, Poland is recognized as a country which has a strong scientific foundation. I would like also to emphasize that the Maria reactor is not only a symbol of scientific progress, but also an example of international cooperation. It has frequently welcomed scientists from different countries, serving as a place for the exchange of knowledge, experience, and innovation. It is here that bridges between nations were built and joint research projects brought benefits not only to Poland, but to the entire world. For years, Świerk has been a significant point on the scientific map of Poland, and we, the residents of Otwock, are proud to host such an exceptional institution in our neighborhood. I believe that the coming years will bring further successes and discoveries that will inspire future generations of scientists and technicians on this special anniversary. I wish all the employees of the National Center for Nuclear Research continue successes, discoveries, and innovation. May the Maria reactor continue to shine brightly for the years to come as a symbol of knowledge, progress, and cooperation. Thank you very much, and please accept. Ms. Director, please accept this painting of Maria's nuclear reactor as a memento of today's special event. Thank you very much. My congratulations.
Thank you very much. And now we are behind the schedule anyway, but I realized that there may be one or two unexpected letters. So if anyone would like to handle the letter officially and say a few words, maybe not reading in extenso, you are very welcome. Yes, Mr. Director.
I brought not a letter, but memories. You know, this is the medal which was edited by the Institute of Nuclear Research in 1980 when we were together, working together. And this was later on, unfortunately, all the three institutes were splitted. So just I want to pass a few medals to Madam Director and asking her to just give her employees, yeah, for that. Yeah.
This will be a difficult task, but thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So on behalf of the president of AGH University of Krakow in Poland, I would like to give you this congratulations letter. So this is in Polish, so I will not read it, just congratulations.
Pleasure to have you here. Yes.
I will do the same. I have greetings in Polish from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, from our rector, Professor Kaniewska, so congratulations.
I met Mrs. Rector recently. Thank you so much. Yes?
The best wishes from Institute of Nuclear Physics Polish Academy of Sciences from Kraków, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
From the heavy ion laboratory, University of Warsaw, I would like to wish you the same for us. I mean, that the fifth anniversary, the first 50 years of the activity would be just a good beginning.
I totally agree. Thank you so much. If that would be all, now we move to the next part of the celebration. So now you will hear from someone who really knows Maria from inside, the director of the Maria Reactor Department.
Thank you. Nie to. No nie film. Prezentacja. Da się było. Okej, czyli na monitorze nie będę miał. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guest, I have the pleasure to tell you a couple words about the Maria reactor. First, the history of NCBJ. In the 1955, it was called to exist, and sorry, I have some different. Called to exist in the Institute of Nuclear Research. In 1982, this NCBJ, National Research Institute was split on the three smaller institutes, and two of them, located in this area, was merged together in 2011 International Center of Nuclear Research. And as was mentioned before, the Nuclear Center of the National Center for Nuclear Research is the one of the biggest institute in Poland. Previous one, the first Polish reactor, EVA reactor, is the LVR type reactor, Russian design. Initially, the thermal power of the reactor is 2 megawatts. However, during the year of exploitation, this power was increased to 10 megawatts. Right now, the reactor is partially decommissioning, and is the building of the reactor is the part of a radioactive waste management facility. And previous, in the past, this facility was a dry storage for the Maria fuel. And in the future, we also want to be a storage of the fuel, this time the low enrichment fuel from the Maria reactor. Between the EVA reactor and the Maria reactor was 5 critical assemblies. Anna, Helena, Marina, Panna, and Agata. And the Agata critical assembly was the some sort of prototype of Maria reactor. It was the same elements inside, like matrix blocks, like fuel, like control and safety rods. Before the start the Maria reactor, it was start this critical assembly as the prototype of the Maria reactor, and it was all Polish design, so it was need to check before the start the reactor, and in 1974 the Maria reactor was start. The first decision about the building the reactor is from 1966, but even further it was created the program for using this reactor 2 years earlier, and this document are established that the reactor should conduct the physical research on neutron beams, all type of radiochemical and material research, as well as research and develop Polish sector of reactor engineering and nuclear energy. Of course, also for production of radioisotopes. So the reactor was started to building in 1917, and 4 years later, from the night of 17 to 18 December, the reactor was the first criticality ever. So Maria is able to operate almost 5,000 hours per year, and main production of isotopes is right now the iodine 131, but also we are able to produce almost the same moly. And current license is from 2015 to 2025, and right now we are on the progress to develop a new license and this is the time when we want to improve our safety and our documentation for this process. Now we can see the energy generation from the reactor Maria. You can see until the shut down the EVA reactor, the Maria reactor was only the couple years of full operation. It was a big modernization between 1985 to 1991, and for this modernization, 6-year modernization, and the reactor was shut down. It was the modernization of INC ventilation in cooling system, and for that the reactor was shut down. I back to that after. And in 2010 we started the moly production in the reactor, and also we started the conversion from high enriched fuel to low enriched fuel. The part of this conversion was replacing the cooling system for the new pumps, and we finish the fuel conversion to LAU in 2015. In 2017 we also convert the moly targets from high enriched fuel to LAU. From this year we also take some modernization on different systems like water measurement system. We also start new project like new isotope production like holmium-166. Also the material testing irradiation capsule we also start in 2021, and in 2022 we start another big modernization program. It was start with long break 1 year, but this program is also like a 6-year program, but as previous was the reactor all the time shut down. Right now we don't want to shut down for so long period. We want to prefer this modernization in the short periods of shut down the reactor. So this is very challenging for us. This is our future work, a lot of work to do that. So Maria reactor is the high flux research reactor with beryllium matrix. It was very unusual design, one of the kind on the world right now, where is open type pool reactor with pressurized fuel channel inside that are closed inside the concentric tube fuel is inside the tubes, but on the pressure. We use the low enriched fuel, Then you can see the photo of the reactor core. You can see the pipe from the cooling circuit, and you can see this pool is open in very useful for access special equipment installed inside the core. And on the right photo, you can see the Cherenkov light. I hope, because the reactor is right now on the modernization, you cannot see this during today's visit, so I just add to this on the photo. So, as I mentioned, the reactor is a pool type reactor. We have the reactor pool with the core, and we have a spent fuel pool near to the reactor for storage in the dry storage our fuel with limited number of capacity. Then we can see the reactor core. The reactor core is very flexible. We can manage some elements of the core, like black one, the fuel elements between the beryllium blocks. The reactor, because this block building is very flexible for changing and adjusting this core to irradiation, different type of materials. And what we do in the reactor, we do not only the radioisotope, we do the science. We are very open for new medical therapies with radioisotopes. We do a lot of material research. For example, our thermostatic couples program that we develop the inside and with cooperation with different, like with Japanese Energy Atomic Agency. Of course, we do this type of research for the nuclear fusion project. Also, we train the personnels. We also work on different interdisciplinary studies in the reactor, covering a lot of spectrum of activities. And right now also we developed the Maria Neutron Laboratory that will be used the neutron beams. We have 7 neutron beams coming from the reactor, and right now in this year we should finish the preparation on the neutron laboratory hull, and we start to install the new equipment on these neutron beams. So our previous modernization was this big modernization, with the 6-year modernization when the reactor was stopped. We convert the fuel into steps from high energy fuel to LAU fuel. During that, we also replaced the fuel channel cooling circuit pumps. We also, during the years, replaced some other elements like power inverter diesel generation. And 2 years ago, we started the big modernization program. It was started with main switchboard, control room, and also tank of liquid radioactive waste. I have the couple of photos to show what was after and on the beginning. So this is our control room. This is main switchboards that we replaced last year. Finish. And we have a lot of another work during the next year. The program for this modernization is quite big. It's like secondary cooling circuit switchboards modernization is almost all the INC system of the reactor is contained also the reactor protection system and neutron measurement systems. We also modernize our ventilation system, also the dosimetric system, and some parts of cooling system that was not replaced before. And perspective for the reactor during that there is not a lot of program to build new reactors in the Europe. Only 2 of them are right now start to be built. So we will be big part of production of radiopharmaceuticals for oncology. We will be also the big part of advancing energy technology, fusion and fission technology. Of course, it's still add something to research, we will be used our neutron beams and neutrons in the reactor to the basic and for the applied research. We think we will be big part of Polish nuclear power program, as we have a lot of experienced engineers from the nuclear energy, and we also still and active develop the radiation in the chemistry and the biology research. And thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker of this session is the director of our Radioizotopes Center, who will tell us what is the practical application of.
Thank you, Mr. Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, my esteemed colleagues, it is both an honor and a privilege to appear before all of you at the celebration of such significant milestone. And as we celebrate this remarkable anniversary, let's take an opportunity to highlight the activities of Radioizotopes Center POLATOM. For many years, it played a pivotal role in advancing nuclear medicine and research, scientific research through development, production, and distribution of radiopharmaceuticals. Together, Maria Reactor and Radioizotopes Center POLATOM, as very close neighbors, had a profound impact on medical diagnostics and treatments, contributing to improving health and well-being of countless individuals worldwide. So we all standing on the shoulders of giants, and even our esteemed lady, Maria, has its predecessors. Like you see, production and distribution of isotopes is an integral part of this institute, even from its first incarnation. But new era started with Maria Reactor reaching its critical state in 1974, and with establishment of Research and Development Isotopes Center POLATOM in the 90s of the late century. We are working together for 50 years, and we are still excited about the things we could build together in the future. So a quick few words about RC POLATOM, based on over 65 years of experience and quite large team, dedicated team, with a large portfolio of our products, most of them thanks to the close vicinity of the Maria Reactor itself. We are focusing on highest standards in quality and pursue for innovation, because we know that at the end of the road that begins with the irradiation in Maria, there is always a patient, and his health is the most important value for us. Our presence is global. We are present in over 80 countries worldwide through our distributors, and over 80% of our turnover came from the export markets. We have a wide range of products that could be used in many different applications in different branches of economy, but the top of them is, of course, medicine, nuclear medicine. For this goal, we use high quality facilities that meets all necessary standards, production facilities, and of course laboratories. And for the next few slides, I want to share with you some insights into our most important products. The first flagship is, of course, technetium generator. That could be used in connection with many scintigraphic kits and the mixture could be used for diagnostic of many different organs and systems in human body, like kidneys, liver, bone, etc. For preparing such kind of generator, we used molybdenum-99. It is radionuclide irradiated in Maria reactor. And it is very important for the world of nuclear medicine because it accounts for about 85% of all diagnostic procedures in nuclear medicine annually. So you probably could expect that some problems with the production of these radionuclides could have a tremendous negative effect in the healthcare. And unfortunately, for the few last days and a few next weeks, we will meet a shortage of this radionuclide due to some technical difficulties in reactor of one of the largest supplier of this nuclide. So I think it will not be better opportunity to make an appeal to all decision makers. Please take care of your nuclear reactors. Because it could have serious impact for patient healthcare. The second of the products are iodine preparations, specifically iodine-131. Here you can see the most popular form of this pharmaceutical, hard capsules. Iodine is used mostly in therapeutical procedures for treatment of thyroid cancer and hyperthyroidism. But the demand is still growing because there are still new applications in the precision medicine. So we expect that the demand will be stably growing. And for this type of product, there is also an irradiation in Maria processing in the POLATOM, and the final form is distributed through our logistics all over the world. I had to mention one more radionuclide, lutetium-177, because it's growing significant, will relate to the very, very high demand in the next few years. We already see it on the markets. This radioisotope is used for targeted radionuclide therapy. It's very effective in the treatment of advanced cancers like neuroendocrine tumors and prostate cancer. And the rising popularity of this kind of treatment, and of course, in the first place, the effectiveness of the treatment will make this radionuclide, the sources of this radionuclide, very precious in the future. On another hand, there is also an area for industrial applications of our work, and this is the typical representation of this area, sealed radiation sources used in industry for non-destructive testing. All our activities are, of course, licensed by the appropriate authorities in Poland in the field of atomic law. There is a Polish atomic agency. And as a pharmaceutical company, we are supervised by a main pharmaceutical inspector. Of course, we have all necessary license and all certificates that confirm the high quality standards related to our processes. But this is the present, and what about the future? We at POLATOM have also a well-developed research and development division dedicated for activities that will bear fruits in the hopefully near future. So of course, with cooperation, on the field of cooperation with Maria reactor, we develop a new ways of producing the new radionuclides, new emerging radionuclides. And on the field of pharmacy, we developed the final form of the radiopharmaceuticals, so the radionuclide connected with some biological agent, mostly some kind of peptide. This process is very time-consuming, resource-consuming, of course, and this is a large simplification. As you can see from the beginning, from the idea to the registration, that means to get the license to sell this product on the different markets, it could take 10 years. Here is an example of our own property, our patented kit PSMA T4, dedicated for labeling with technetium, and further for the diagnosis of prostate cancer. We cooperate closely at the field with scientific communities and clinicists in Polish and foreign hospitals to participate, to prepare clinical trials for this kind of preparations. And for now, we have a few such clinical trials active. Like I said, PSMA T4 is our own product. This is a trial sponsored by POLATOM. We can also prepare, manufacture investigational medicinal products for use in clinical trials on the smaller scales in particular hospitals in Poland. And we also participate in trials funded by the Agency for Medical Studies in cooperation with different university and institutions in Poland. But reaching further in the future, there is somehow uncharted water for us in the form of CERAT project. You will have an opportunity to visit the facility today. It's a Center for Design and Synthesis of Molecularly Targeted Radiopharmaceuticals, where the heart of the facility will be cyclotron, 30 MeV cyclotron, and 5 production lines dedicated for manufacturing of different isotopes. Here is just a short excerpt from the very long list of possible isotopes. So we are very excited that together with our partners, we will be able to, in the simplest words, do something new that will benefit the patients in the next few years. The cyclotron was placed here at the end of last year, and now they are working in the middle of commissioning of this whole equipment and installations. And together with Maria, as a part of NCBJ, we participate in different international projects related to the securing supply for current conventional, let's say, medical radionuclides, but also for new emerging radionuclides. And the goal of this project is to grant access to producers of such radionuclides, like Maria Reactor, for scientific community to make some research work related to the new formulations, new applications. Because we share the common goal to advance the nuclear medicine and improve patient care. And this, in a short words, will be everything I want to say you about our common activities. If you want to reach for some more information, please use the sources on the slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now there is time for coffee break, but if you are not too much in a hurry for coffee, we would also like to invite you for a commemorative photo, which will be taken here. I'm not sure if we can all manage to squeeze in, but we can certainly try.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start the panel session in a moment. I know that my role is not so nice because I'm trying to stop your coffee break, but really I do not have a choice. So we need to finish the panel session at 1:15 because many of you will join to visiting Maria reactor and then in Serat laboratory. So agenda is really busy and we need to proceed with that. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm very happy that I can see you. My name is Marcin Kardas and I'm Deputy Director responsible for Innovation Commercialization in NCBJ. And I will play a role of the host of the second part of today's event. It will be a panel session, and we managed to invite excellent speakers for you. The agenda of the panel is that the panel consists of three parts. The first part will be dedicated to presentations of our experts. Then the second part, my discussion with them. And the third part, I think most difficult questions from you participants. So if you have any questions, take notes. You will have opportunity to ask our experts in the third panel part of our panel session. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite first panelist, and it will be Jeff Chamberlain from National Nuclear Security Administration. Jeff Lor?
Thank you, Marcin, and thank you everybody for being here. We, on behalf of the U.S. Department of Energy and National Nuclear Security Administration, I'd like to start by giving our heartfelt thanks to our colleagues in Polish government and NCBJ for inviting us here today and for having this ceremony. It's a real pleasure for us. Our discussion here is focused on research reactors as engines for technical collaboration, and I know my other esteemed colleagues in the panel will discuss various aspects of that. But I wanted to touch a little bit in my short presentation on NNSA's experience working with NCBJ and Maria. And to us, research reactors in this case and for our cooperation were really engines for collaboration in increasing global security, increasing international cooperation to better our world. In our collaboration with NCBJ, Poland and this facility and the Maria reactor have really been an example in the United States' eyes for the entire world, and our cooperation with them was so amazing for so many years. So for brief familiarity, I represent the NNSA's Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation, and we have a suite of programs aimed at reducing global nuclear dangers. So we come at it from the perspective of how do we increase nuclear security, how do we prevent proliferation of nuclear materials and programs around the world. And so our collaboration with NCBJ and with Maria started from that perspective. We worked together for almost 20 years in total up to this time, and we continue to cooperate in different ways now. But Maria was a huge part, and NCBJ was a huge part of NNSA's larger effort to work around the world to reduce the use of highly enriched uranium in civilian applications. And so to do that, we worked closely on two major projects with NCBJ and Maria for many, many years. First, we cooperated to convert the Maria research reactor, and Paweł mentioned this earlier, from the use of highly enriched uranium fuel to the use of high-assay low-enriched uranium fuel. We also then worked to remove over 700 kilograms of highly enriched uranium from the site here at NCBJ. In the lifetime of our removal program around the world, we've removed over 7,000 kilograms of highly enriched uranium from civilian sites, and then worked with facilities around the world to convert their research reactors to high-assay LEU. So 700 kilograms of HEU from this site was the largest HEU removal campaign that we in NNSA have done in the history of our program. And in this sense, again, NCBJ and Maria, we view them as examples for the world on how to put together a comprehensive project to increase nuclear security, but also then at the end of the day to have a reactor that runs beautifully on high-assay, low-enriched uranium. So as we work together to remove the HEU, our technical experts from Argonne National Laboratory, and you'll hear from John Stevens representing Argonne in a little bit, worked closely with the technical experts here at NCBJ and in Poland to convert the reactor core to high-assay LEU. And again, this was, like the HEU removals, a very complex project that took many years of close cooperation, challenging problem solving at times, and finding innovative technical solutions to those challenges. And we had an amazing team of US and Polish experts, along with our French colleagues, helping with the fuel as well, that really made this conversion happen. And then, of course, I know colleagues in the panel will talk about this in a moment, so I won't say too much, but I do want to mention on behalf of the US government and give our thanks to the great role and very, very important role, as our ambassador mentioned, of this site's production of Moly-99. As many of you know, the United States is the biggest user of Moly-99 in the world. And Maria and NCBJ really stepped up to the challenge when we had a global shortage about 15 years ago. And thanks to this site and thanks to the great work of the whole staff on this site, thousands and thousands of US patients were able to receive the procedures they needed because of the work Poland did on Moly-99. And as our ambassador said, we're forever grateful for that to this site. I also, though, wanted to touch, in addition to the technical cooperation, our cooperation was not only about technical success, but also about the development of relationships, memorable stories. We're human beings, and there was a very human element to this cooperation over many years. First of all, and I visited this site multiple times during the time we worked on the conversion, and it was always obvious to me that our technical teams had immense respect for one another as scientists and as human beings. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize the memory of especially Władysław Mieleszczenko and Krzysztof Pytel, who worked closely with our experts from Argonne National Laboratory and who I had the opportunity to meet personally. And we just had so much tremendous respect for them as scientists, as engineers, as human beings. And we'll always be grateful for their help in this project. Personally, as someone who, although the United States is my favorite country and always will be, of course, and with all due respect to our wonderful friends from France and the UK, personally, Poland has always been, for many years, been my second favorite country in the world because I had the chance to live here a long time ago. So for me personally, to come to this site, to engage with our Polish colleagues, and I especially remember our team lunches at the restaurant nearby after work, where we would discuss the project, but also discuss our lives, our families, get to know one another. For me, that's a wonderful memory, and I think for us in our programs, part of these projects is that human element that for us is very strong. And our team at Argonne still remembers our colleagues here at NCBJ very well, and they send their greetings too. We also, on a technical side, we always have a very great memory of the procurement of the hydraulic pumps for Maria, which was a major challenge and a big project to buy new pumps that would allow the reactor to run on a high-assay LEU core. And so we're very proud in NNSA to have had something to do with those pumps that now sit below Maria and enable it to operate. That was a big one for us. So thank you to our colleagues from NCBJ and Maria in Poland for all those unforgettable memories that we still carry with us today. And then finally, I'd just like to say that our cooperation isn't done. It's a different nature now. But we view the leadership that Maria and NCBJ have shown in HEU minimization and nuclear security and peaceful uses of nuclear really, as I said earlier, an example for all of the world on how to do it the right way. This site has done it the right way in our perspective, and we have great appreciation for that. And as we see the expansion of nuclear around the globe, most likely in the coming years, we think these types of examples are very important for new nuclear programs in the world. And we think Poland, and we hope to work with Poland to be leaders in helping nuclear newcomer countries learn lessons from the things that we've done together. We'll also continue to work with the site to supply high SALEU. As part of our work with NCBJ, we at NNSA downblend uranium in our stocks, and we supply high SALEU to the research reactors we've converted, and we look forward to continuing that with the site. And then, of course, we'll continue to rely on the site and rely on their expertise and cooperation for radioisotopes, and again, our deep appreciation for that. These are just a few pictures that we pulled from the files of some of the work we've done together. There's one picture somewhere where a colleague of mine and I are standing right next to Maria at the time when the first LEU fuel element was inserted into the reactor core. I tried very hard to find that picture and I couldn't, and I was sad about that because I wanted to put that up here. But again, these are just a few examples of what we did for many, many years to make these projects happen. And to finish, if you indulge me, I would say a few words to my Polish colleagues in Polish. Dziękujemy serdecznie za współpracę, za gościnność przez tyle lat. To dla nas po prostu był wielki zaszczyt, żeby współpracować z wami. I mam nadzieję, że będzie też w przyszłości. Do przodu idziemy razem i po prostu dziękujemy bardzo serdecznie w imieniu Stanów Zjednoczonych i Departamentu Energii. Dziękuję. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate being here today. Thank you.
Jeff, thank you for your words. It's really great pleasure to work with you for us. So next speaker is Ralf Gathmann, head of Framatome Circa. Ralf?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, while the slides come up, I would like to thank you for inviting Framatome to this quite impressive event. I didn't expect such a large audience and so prominent speakers, so it's a really honor to speak here, and I would like to transmit you from the Framatome group, which Circa is only a small part of, the best wishes for the future of Maria, for a long life. It's our own interest also, because we are the fuel supplier. And I will dwell a little bit on a partnership, so in perfect continuation of Jeff's talk. So we have the same message here. We had an excellent partnership with NCBJ, and we're working, of course, on the same program Jeff was mentioning, was the conversion to halo fuel, and Framatome was selected as a fuel supplier. Which one is it? The other one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we saw a lot of technical presentations also from Maria, but I just pulled it up. From a fuel perspective, I just want to mention, compared to a power reactor, so electrical 1,000 megawatt reactor, of course the power here is much smaller, so we are speaking about a factor of 50. However, in terms of the neutron flux, we are much, much higher than a power reactor, and just want to mention that for those who are not in this business. One of the difficulties in the fuel, and especially if you move from highly enriched fuel to lower rich fuel, is to maintain this neutron flux. As we heard in the beginning, this is a scientific instrument, and the neutron flux is absolutely instrumental for the scientific value. If you go down in the neutron flux, you don't deliver the same value to the scientific community, neither to the industrial customers for material testing. So one of the challenges we have to face when we go from highly enriched to lower enriched, so we're speaking about a factor of 5 in fissile material, if you go from 90% to 20%, we have to move to higher density of fuel. And we had here actually a triple challenge in this project. We had to do this, so to move to higher density fuel, so we're using uranium silicide. And then we had to change totally from the fuel supply. So the fuel came from Russia before, and as Jeff explained in this threat reduction initiative, we wanted to move to American supplied fuel, and we went to a totally different chemical composition. So it was oxide fuel before, and it was now silicide fuel. So the whole core design had to be changed, or not the core design, the assembly design had to be changed. I will come back to that in the slides. And this had to be done, as our ambassador highlighted, in a very short time, because there was clearly a political pressure to be independent from the Russian fuel supply. Sorry. So yeah, the conversion programs was financed by DOE. So as we just heard, the design of the new fuel was started quite early, already in 2006, and the delivery then started with the lead test assemblies in 2008, and then Maria worked with the mixed core, so the old fuel design and the new fuel design together, and then this short delivery time, where then the large batches was accelerated in 23 to 24, the last 55 fuel elements under the threat of the war in Ukraine, as we heard earlier. So here are some pictures of the core. We already saw that earlier. These are the new fuel elements. I will tell you a little bit more why is these in three parts of the circles, and of course also very, very good partnership with NCBJ. So because NCBJ is designer of the fuel and we are the manufacturer, so we had to work very, very closely together, and without constant meetings and trips to Poland and from Poland to France, this would not have been possible. So yeah, just doing a little bit technical stuff. It's a very innovative design. To my knowledge, nobody else has this fuel, so it's Polish design, where the water flow is inside the assembly, and it goes down on the outside and up inside. That means the fluid flow is not the same in the different annular tubes here. So, in particular, as our Framatome Circa speciality is to do plates, bend the plates, and then swag them together to form a full tube. We can't do that in the middle because it has to be totally watertight. You imagine if the water goes down and it's not watertight, it will go up immediately and not go a whole way around like you want to. So we had to make a quite complex welding for the middle tube. It's a number 4. So if you count the tubes, it's and that was one of the technical challenges we had to face, and we had, of course, to do that together with the team here, because there's all the approval, the safety authority, and the quality approval has to be done together with the customer here. So yeah, the design chosen was this one. As you see, the orange circle is the full welded tube, and the other circles are the plates, which are the bended plates, which are swagged together, which is a quite standard process in our fabrication. And the fuel selected was uranium silicide of 4.8, which is today more or less the highest in uranium silicide, which is used in the industry. So there are some projects to go higher, but for the moment this is state of the art fuel here for Myria. And you see the design was done together with Idaho National Lab, so also through the relation with DOE, and so this was really a 3-party collaboration which had to be run through for the years of this program. Yeah, so here's some pictures. Hopefully it's the same pictures as Jeff showed. It's the same, not a different fuel element, but it should be the same. So yeah, that was then the outcome. Different formats, as I mentioned, and different manufacturing techniques for the different positions of the tubes. So another pictures, and with the fittings and on the ends is also quite important because it will determine the water flow, of course, and you don't want to have turbulent flow and things like that. So this is also a quite tricky design and manufacturing part, should not be neglected. Yeah, so just a mention of Framatome did already 37 reactor conversions. So Maria, we see Maria joining the club. And we are next week, as some of you know, is the RERTR conference in Lyon, and we see that really as the club of the people coming together and exchanging experience and talking together on performance and also on difficulties which have been overcome during the program. So we see really Maria Reactor now part of an international community where everybody works together, and we all have the same target, is to get these reactors going, make them available so that they can do the irradiation of the medical targets. As you might know, sometimes it's a very tense supply chain. So if one reactor goes down for some technical problems or a little bit unforeseen duration of a refueling, immediately there's a threat on the medical radioisotope supply. So it's very important in this business that everybody works really together to get globally the supply chain up and running. Yeah, this is for medical applications. We are doing also medical targets at Framatome Circa. We are not supplying them directly to Maria, but we're working through partners within the Netherlands in energy. And so our targets go first to energy, and then they're irradiated. Some of them are irradiated here in Maria. So we are indirectly also involved in this activity. And just as a final word, these activities are high capital-intensive activities. So because of the nuclear regulations, we just built commissioned a new nuclear workshop for 180 million, which is a huge amount of money if you see this market size. So this is many years of turnover of Circa. But this is done because Framatome and also the French government, which helps us, of course, is convinced that we have to keep this activity going and keep the reactors going in Europe, but not only in Europe. We also manufacture fuel for America, North America, Australia, and South Africa. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralf, for your presentation and very long cooperation with Framatome. And now we'll skip to the third presentation, and it will be Petr Hakrov from International Atomic Energy Agency.
Thank you, Chairman. And I would also like to thank very much the NCBJ for invitation for the agency to take part in this great celebration. So happy to be here. And okay, so this is about middle age, actually. You know how important are research reactors in developing and in application of nuclear technology. And you know that IAEA supports member states in all aspects related to research reactors. So we can go to the global picture. Altogether, we have 821 research reactors ever built. And first was, you know, Chicago Pile 1 in 1942. And the latest was put in operation last year in Czech Republic. Right now, we have 235 research reactors in operation, including a few in temporary shutdown, like for refurbishments, upgrades, and so on, in 53 countries. And the oldest operational reactor is 74 years old. At the same time, 11 research reactors are under construction, and about 30, I think more than 30 countries have formal plans or considering building new research reactor. This operational research reactor fleet is aging. You can see in 1995, so 30 years ago, there were no reactors older than 50 years in operation. And now we have 50% of operational research reactors older than 50 years. So exactly the half of operational research reactors are over 50. Maria is right in the middle, so welcome to the club. And you know that capabilities of research reactors are very different depending on the design, on the type of the reactor, but first of all on the reactor power. So like low power reactors are better suited for education and training purposes and for some small experiments. And high power reactors can do everything, you know, the full capability in all applications. And Maria, with its 30 megawatt, is here in this high power range. And for high power reactors, we have even more interesting age distribution. So you see 60% of high power reactors are older than 50 years. So Maria is relatively young in this club. And many of these 60 years old and over 60 years old reactors demonstrate excellent performance and contribute largely to medicine industry, testing fuels, testing materials, and producing radioisotopes, and producing intense neutron fluxes for neutron beam research. So you know these excellent examples like LVR-15, Budapest reactor, BR-2, SM-3, HFR, Cabri. So all of them are older than 60. And of course, all these aged reactors undergone multiple refurbishments and upgrades. The same you have seen today for Maria, many. That's instrumentation and control, cooling systems, dosimetry, and so on. So let's say piece by piece, you can upgrade the research reactor easier than power plant, of course. And these modernizations and refurbishments are much cheaper and faster than building a new high power research reactor. So this is a very efficient way to keep the, let's say, operational and powerful scientific and industrial instrument. And many reactors plan to operate up to 80 years and more. And to keep this, let's say, mature research reactor fleet in a good shape, systematic aging management program is very, very much important. Oops. Yeah. So the IAEA is doing a lot of work supporting countries in different aspects of research reactors. We have 6 projects, programmatic projects in 3 sub-programs, but one of them is largely focused exactly on aging reactors. So this is the project on research reactor operation, performance, and upgrades. And here in these projects, we have serial technical meetings on good practices in operation, maintenance, and aging management. Now it's like a new combined topic on safety and operational considerations in the use of advanced technologies, including digital control systems, integrated management systems, utilization-related design features, preparation for decommissioning, which is required by safety regulations. So every reactor has to develop the decommissioning plan, even if you are not looking for decommissioning for nearest 20 or 30 or 40 years. And we do some training under this project. So also regular training workshop on non-destructive examination and in-service inspections. The new training course on aging management for research reactors. And also the recently developed workshop on research reactor operators, training, qualification, and re-qualification. Another part of work is missions. So these are, first of all, OMAR, which is Operation and Maintenance Assessment for Research Reactors. There is also INSAR for the safety review, of course. So this picture is exactly at Maria reactors 2 years ago in 2022. So this OMAR mission is to assist in enhancing availability, reliability, and performance, and identify opportunities for upgrades and improvements. And other types of missions we do for especially Asian reactors is missions to support in-service inspections using the agency equipment. So it's several missions of these types every year. One more thing is a coordinated research project, which we just started on development of time-limited agent analysis to support continued safe operation of research reactors. This was recommended by a technical working group on research reactors and focused mostly on system structures and components which are difficult to access or replace. So we have now 7 agreements and 6 contracts in this project, and the first research coordination meeting is planned in the first quarter of next year. And we plan another CRP interesting for high power reactors, design of experiments for fuels and materials testing in research reactors, so also proposed by our international technical working group. And we are looking for improving methodology of material and fuel testing in research reactors, including design of irradiation rigs and out-of-pile systems, testing loops, methods to control and monitor testing conditions, and safety assessment. So we plan to launch this new CRP in 2026, and next year we will have the consultancy meeting to develop details of this project. In 2 weeks from now, we will have the International Conference on Research Reactors in Vienna. It's a major IAEA event organized by 3 IAEA departments once in 4 years, covering everything related to research reactors. We have now already about 440 registered participants, expect about 300 in person. And who is interested, registration is still open until 4th November through InTouch platform. No more paper submissions, but the participation is still possible. Okay, and here I just want to transmit the greetings, the warm greetings, and the best wishes and congratulations on the occasion of this great anniversary of Maria Reactor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and next speaker is Roy Brown, Vice President of Curium Company.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here to celebrate with Maria and NCBJ on the 50th anniversary of the Maria reactor. That's truly an extraordinary feat. I had the fortune of being here 10 years ago for the 40th anniversary as well. So thank you for including Curium in this. We feel like Curium and NCBJ and Maria have been important partners for the last 14 years. Let me start off with an overview of Curium. Some of you are probably familiar with Curium, some of you may not be. Curium operates 5 manufacturing facilities around the world. We have 2 facilities in Finland. We have a facility in Petten in the Netherlands, just north of Amsterdam. We have another facility in Saclay in France, just outside of Paris. We have a facility in Noblesville, Indiana, in the U.S. And lastly, we have a facility in Maryland Heights, right outside of St. Louis, also in the U.S. We're a leading manufacturer of SPECT products, including technetium generators that I'll talk about later. The majority of, or a lot of the moly we get from for these technetium generators comes from the Maria reactor. We also operate 55 SPECT pharmacies, nuclear pharmacies throughout Europe, with over 30 PET cyclotrons in those facilities. The role of research reactors in nuclear medicine is very, very important. There are research reactors across Europe, in South Africa and Australia that provide most of the medical radionuclides used in nuclear medicine. Fission of uranium targets provide Moly-99, I-131, and Xenon-133, as well as using neutron capture process for also producing I-131, Lutetium-177, P-32, Samarium-153, and several other radionuclides. Even though in the past the majority of these medical radionuclides have been diagnostic, the nuclear medicine field is really changing and moving into the direction of therapeutic nuclear medicine for the treatment of cancer. This is a very exciting time for nuclear medicine, and Maria is playing an important role in this. Commercial nuclear power plants have also wanted to get into the game here and enjoy some of this move into the therapeutics, but the research reactors will remain a very, very important role in nuclear medicine in the future. Turning back to Moly-99 produced here at Maria and the technetium-99M that comes from those Moly generators. Today there are over 100 different nuclear medicine procedures, diagnostic procedures using technetium-99M for things like diagnosing heart disease, looking at brain disorders, infections, and staging cancer. We heard this morning that 80 to 85% of all these applications in nuclear medicine do use technetium-99M from a Moly technetium generator. These procedures are non-invasive, and they're one of the best ways to detect early cancer, early detection of cancer, heart disease, and the other maladies. And these techniques make early diagnosis possible, saving countless number of lives each year in the healthcare industry. Looking at the material flow from the Maria reactor to curium for products, starting in kind of in the middle there in the purple. The targets for curium are manufactured by Circa in France. We just heard from Framatome, Circa being a division of Framatome. From Circa, those targets are transported to the Maria reactor and put in storage until they're needed. As directed by curium, those targets then are put in the reactor for a period of about a week for target irradiation. Those irradiated targets then are shipped from Maria to our facility in the Netherlands, where these targets are processed into the finished molybdenum-99. From our facility there in Petten, that Moly goes, some of that stays in the Netherlands for production of technetium generators. Some of that Moly goes to our plant in Saclay, France, for production of generators. Some of that is also sent to the US for production of generators there, and we also sell to some third parties. From the generators then, it either goes to hospitals in Europe for use by nuclear medicine physicians, or in the US, a lot of that goes through nuclear pharmacies in the US that ends up going to the hospital. So Maria and curium have been partners, and very important partners, since 2010. As we heard a few minutes ago, it was wonderful to bring Maria on board in 2010 after the 2008 and 2009 difficulties in Moly-99 supply. NCBJ and Maria have been valuable and very, very important partners to curium for the last 14 years. Maria and curium worked together to convert from high-enriched uranium targets to low-enriched uranium targets several years ago in an effort to remove HEU for the medical isotope production, as we heard from Jeff Chamberlain a few minutes ago. Also, technetium from Moly-99 produced at Maria, we believe, has been used in more than 11 million nuclear medicine patients since 2010. 11 million patients, not only in Poland, but in Europe and globally. As we also heard earlier, there's a current shortage going on with some unplanned and delayed restart of one of the major reactors that provides Moly-99. The nuclear medicine industry, as a result, is short of Moly for the last couple of weeks and for the next few weeks. The HFR reactor in the Netherlands failed to restart on October 10th. We hope that will start up in early November. We know Maria is finishing up some routine maintenance, and we hope to have the Maria reactor back online as soon as possible, since they play such an important role. So just in summary, nuclear medicine remains a very important diagnostic tool by physicians throughout the world, and is used in more than 40 million patients each year, relying heavily on research reactors, including the Maria reactor. The Maria reactor and the skilled scientists here are providing important service through their supply of irradiated targets for the production of Moly-99 and soon to be I-131 at our facility in the Netherlands. Curium and NCBJ continue to have a strong partnership for the last 14 years since 2010, and we're very happy to join in the celebration of Maria for 50 successful years of operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Roy, for the presentation. Next speaker will represent Argonne National Laboratory, John Stevens.
Thank you and good morning. Pardon me. I will be unusually brief today because I did know that I was going to follow the august crowd you've heard so far. You've seen a wonderful representation of the many ways that Maria is unique and contributes to the world. So I wanted to just give some color as to how we see research reactors as engines of collaboration, and Maria being one of the absolute paragons of that idea. Pardon me. You've heard about the story of conversion, both from Jeff and how important it was, from Roy and how important it was for the Moly-99 targets, and the really interesting technical challenges from Ralf of how to deal with the assembly that has the counterflow of the water going down and back up, and a lot of really interesting challenges. As we look at the global landscape, where the green countries here, in 33 countries, we have finished the job of reactor conversion. In 10 countries, including our own, there is still scope that remains because we're still working to qualify the fuels that will allow the research reactors to keep the performance in order to do the amazing science and isotope production that we count on them for. And then there are a very small number of countries with singular reactors that we're still working to convert, and they haven't been able to finish it yet. In order for this to be sustained since 1978 as a global effort, it's absolutely vital to have good partners and people who get things across the finish line and then are willing to stay in the club, as Ralf called it, to help the next reactors have confidence in the conversion process, to continue to leverage the technology of simulation, of the regulatory process, of the fuel fabrication process, and perhaps the bane of an engineer's existence, the shipping that's so very complicated. So it's really important that our club continue to meet. And I want to thank you today for what an important role Maria and the NCBJ have continued to play, even though it was 12 years ago that the conversion was considered in process here at Maria, with the first licensed LEU going on to the grid plate. We continue to count on Maria's strong presence at our Reduced Enrichment of Research and Test Reactors Conference held every fall, and we count on their presence, where they're even stronger in their presentations, at the Research Reactor Fuels Conference, RRFM, held by the European Nuclear Society. It is so important to hear about your incredible work here at NCBJ to continue to do methods development, modeling, and to actually work with bending pieces of metal with your fabricators and your own experimental devices to make sure that the world continues to get what it needs. We were excited in 2012 to hold our RERTR conference here. That was my first time to get to see your amazing facility. And it's been a real pleasure to come back a number of times since then for these different reasons of enjoying the fact that you're willing to share the story of shared success. And I want to give two little things about how important this club is. In 2012, that was a very important time because Fukushima had happened the year before. And we had projects beginning in Japan that kind of stalled reasonably in the face of a new regulatory review. But it was here at the 2012 RERTR that we re-established the commitment to work through the analyses that would get us to the conversions of the KUKA critical facilities in Osaka and of the Kendai University. Not yet a commitment to convert, but a commitment to study the process very seriously. And for those engineers to hear your great staff here and the success of the conversion process was instrumental in opening those doors to collaboration. The reason I raised them today is because just 2 days ago, the KUKA wet core finished its first installation of licensed LEU on their licensed grid plate. So we have another metric, and I really think that your great work here at Maria helped us get to that finish line. And Kendai at this point does have a very firm commitment to convert, and every time that I'm with our friends from Kendai, we think fondly of meeting each other here in Warsaw and then coming out to Zurich for the incredible tour of Maria. So you've heard a lot about technical detail and amazing numbers. I saw earlier this morning that here at Maria, you're helping 400,000 people per year with your various medical isotopes. And then boy, every time we hear these new metrics, it's so sobering and amazing to hear Roy talk about 11 million people helped since 2010 from the products of this reactor. So I knew you were going to hear a lot of details. I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the impact this had on my own family. Just to remind us as we celebrate the birthday of this facility. My father there went in when my older son was born. 2 days after my older son was born, my father went in for what was going to just be a stent. But they decided for the interest of being safe, they would do one last scan. And instead, that stent turned into a quadruple bypass. And had they not done that Molly 99 scan and put in a stent, my older son would not have had 17 years of getting to know his grandfather. And the younger son would never even have met him. So I just thought, as we celebrate the birthday of Maria and the 11 million people that you've helped, you helped not only those patients, but so much beyond that. Generations are really benefiting from the amazing work that you do. So in closing, I have to thank you for how you helped us at Argonne to get better at what we do. We have a fairly unique situation that we have a sizable crew that only works on reactor conversion, and of all the different reactors, we count on the individual reactors to have the expertise of their system and of their fuel supply and of their regulatory relationship. Moving to changes with LEU does require that local facility, that operating facility, to adapt. And so we help with that in whatever way is sought. And in the process, we keep getting better because we learn the methods and the new ways of, next time somebody says, oh, this is impossible because I can't conceive of how to solve that problem, we can connect the dots to the over 100 successes of the past. And here specifically, with that very complicated design of the counterflow assembly, that was one of our early uses of finite element methods in order to prove that we could trust whether or not the watertight seal was everything it needed to be, whether we could tolerate having any imperfections. And so your crew here helped us to begin using finite element methods for the first time. We still use those as a specialty add-on study because no regulator has yet approved their use in a regulatory case. But it's really important for us to be able to augment the methods we use for the more conservative safety case with that more detailed knowledge. And we continue to learn from your colleagues when they come to the RERTR conference, when they come to RRFM, and I hope when they'll come to Argonne from time to time. It does happen, just not as frequently as I'd like. So thank you very much. You have an amazing machine, but really, like all national laboratories everywhere, those amazing machines are second to the importance of the individual people that put them to use and help those around the world to get better and better so that we all move forward together. So thank you, dziękuję. Congratulations.
Thank you, John, for excellent presentation. And next speaker is Tsuhiya Kunihiko from Japan Atomic Energy Agency.
Thank you, Chairman. I talk about this title. At first, congratulations on the 5th anniversary of the Maria reactors. Our department has been exchanging information on the irradiation technology with your NCBJ since 2011 under the International Collaboration Agreement between the NCBJ and JEA. In 2020, we signed the specific contract under the international agreement and have begun preparation for irradiation test using irradiation technology of the GMTR. This year, we are we are able to start irradiation test with NCBJ persons. I hope that this collaboration will contribute to develop this in future. Research reactor offers a diverse range of applications such as neutron beam research, neutron activation analysis, radioisotope production, neutron irradiation for material testing, neutron transmutation, doping of silicon. Additionally, additionally, other important area is education and training in all nuclear. But a majority of the operational and temporary shutdown research reactor are over the 40 years old. This view graph shows the main research reactors. Main research reactors over 30 megawatt or material testing reactor in these figures. And each colors operational reactors, construction reactors, and decommissioning reactors. And this view graph shows the thermal fast and thermal fluxes and number of irradiation channels, such as a vertical channel, a loop, horizontal. In particular, the decommissioning of medium and high power reactors, such as Osiris, NRU, JMTR, HBWR, had large impact. Impact items are safety research related to the power reactors and advanced reactor, irradiation research on fuel and material, and radioisotope production for medical and industrial use. And lost functions are, as I think, these items. To restore the lost function, it would be desirable to build a new research reactor. However, this would require a long time and a large construction cost. This view graph shows the history of molybdenum-99 production. Initially, molybdenum production is mainly the 4 reactors, but it is necessary, it is important to consider the diversifications, various research reactors, and around 212 a lot of the research reactor. On the other hand, Osiris and NRU is decommissioning plans in this year. And now, molybdenum production rate is maybe this here. And the stable supply is ensured by using medium power reactors for molybdenum-99 production. And the Maria reactor is an important facility in the world now. On the other hand, issue of neutron irradiation for material testing are as follows. Support on the material testing is lagging behind, and the construction of the JHR processing, but it will take some time before it will be operational. Additionally, there are concerns that irradiation technology will be declining during this time. And I propose the solution of the issues. It is necessary to utilize the existing facility, such as a research reactor and the PIE facility, and to utilize international collaboration to prevent the decline of irradiation technology and shortage of human resources. And we are trying to the irradiation test at the Maria. We conducted the irradiation test demonstrated in high accuracy irradiation temperature control and in situ measurement of instruments at the Maria reactor under the international collaboration. This view graph shows the irradiation test systems in Maria. Irradiation capsule and vacuum temperature control system were fabricated in Japan and transferred to the Maria reactor. Especially JMTR type capsule for fabrication of the JMTR type capsule, we support this one area, and inner capsule tube were designed and fabricated through the information exchange between NCBJ and JEA engineers. And this capsule installs two types instruments. One is a SPGD, gamma measurement detector, and the other is a gas pressure gauges. And this is a temperature control. And we obtained the first result. This shows first cycle in this result. And from this result, high accuracy irradiation temperature control was demonstrated. So temperature changes with increasing reactor power, this one, was within plus minus 5 degrees C. On the other hand, in situ measurements of the instrument were demonstrated. There were a correction between the reactor power and the SPG values. This one is the reactor power, and the gamma ray is includes step by step. In Maria, test is successful, the temperature control and the special instrument. And we would like to continue the another technologies grade up at the Maria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. The time is running, so Let's move to the second part of this panel session, and I would like to invite once again our excellent speakers. So Jeff Chamberlain, Ralf Gathmann, Petr Hakrow, Roy Brown, John Stevens, Tsuhiya Kunihino, and three additional persons. It will be Aurélien Prévost, Axel Pischelmeier, and Grzegorz Krzysztoszek. So please take the seats, and we will start our discussion. Once again, thank you for very inspiring and interesting presentations. So maybe the first question to our new participants. Axel Pischelmeier, you are representing Technical University of Munich, and you are for many years engaged in research reactor activities. So the question is, what are the challenges, or what is the future of research reactors in Europe?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me and for having me here, but I'll be brief because, as you say, time is running out. I'd like to inverse the statement first. There will be need for research reactors in the future. There's no doubt about it, and every zloty, dollar, yen, euro invested pays back many times, and already now, sometimes due to the lack of research reactors, progress is hindered and slowed down. So after this introduction, I would like, in very arbitrary order, my personal and biased view on challenges in Europe. One is, I think, harmonization of standards and specifications that has happened in industry in a wide range, but not so much in nuclear. And this conventional wisdom that standardization helps. If I look in the nuclear field, then it seems to me very often national legislation prevails, which is as it is, and makes collaboration a lot harder than it could be if you looked only at science and technology. The second point of view is the fuel. In view of conversion and growing commercial demand for HALEU fuel, let's not forget about research reactors. They will also need fuel in the future. We have very promising examples. I'm glad Judge Chamberlain is here, Framatome is here. So at the moment there's nothing to worry about, but on the long range, there's something we have to keep in mind. Spent nuclear fuel is, I think, also a very important issue, and especially also in the light of public acceptance of research reactors. So there we have to work on public acceptance here. We have had a talk about aging, and I'm not only talking about aging of machines, but also aging of people working in research reactors. Here at the Maria reactor, I think we have an excellent example of a young, energetic crew that does magnificent work, but this is not always the case. Let's just give one example. At our facility, in the next 5 years, 20 to 25% of the workforce will retire, so this is a big challenge to replace them, to find these people working there, to train them, and to keep their knowledge and to transfer the knowledge to the next generation. And my last point is public reach out. The general public does not always seem to be aware what gems they have in their research reactors. So let's work together and convince the public that research reactors are very important. It's relatively easy with radioisotopes and medical applications. It's not so easy with fundamental physics, but fundamental physics is also the future. It's also important. Neutron scattering facilities is unique capabilities of research reactors. Thanks very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your summary of this discussion. Excellent remarks. And a question to Aurélien Prévost, because European policy has changed over the last few years, especially in the field of nuclear technologies, and France is playing important role of that. So how do you see the challenges facing research reactors from that point of view?
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for this question. First, I want to say that it is an honor to be here for such a special event, for the 15th birthday of Maria, and to be part of this panel in front of this distinguished audience. So first, I have to say that I am not a representative of the European Union. So I will I will deal with this question through the window of a representative of a member of states, France, here, and what we expect from the policy concerning the nuclear energy and the research reactor. So first, we want the EU policy offshore to consolidate the rebirth of the nuclear energy in Europe, but not only in the world. I have the chance to be at the COP28 during the declaration of the tripling of the nuclear capacity by 2050, and it was a very big event. Research reactors are totally part of that. As it has been said during the previous presentation, you can have new build project without a strong human capacity building program, and research reactors are a big part of that. First, and after, it's a big asset in the R&D, because as it had been said also, in research reactor you can test new fuel, you can test new fuel cladding, and so on. So first, it will be my the first remark that I want to say, and concerning the change, of course, it has been changed with the creation of the European Nuclear Alliance this year, under mainly the impulsion, in particular, of Miss Agnès Pannier-Runacher, our Minister of the Energy Transition, and of course, it has been followed by the European SMR Industrial Alliance. So I want to say also that what is requested from the European Union concerning the research reactor is to build a kind of consolidated framework concerning the nuclear safety. Back in 2017, I was in the Nuclear Safety Authority at this time, and I was part of the Reactor Harmonization Working Group at WENRA, and I have the chance to draft the technical specification of the first topical review of the European Union on the aging management. And of course, research reactor were part of that, because we wanted to include the research reactor above a capacity of 1 megawatt. So this is basically all I want to say concerning the EU policy. And of course, also it has been mentioned that R&D cooperation is very important for a research reactor. It has been highlighted many times during this morning, and of course, we have now Horizon Europe with 100 billion euros devoted to a R&D project. And for sure, research reactors are part of the project. We can be under the umbrella of this initiative, and it has been mentioned during the morning. The two projects, Secure and PrisMap, by the way, by this morning. That's all. Thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Roy, you mentioned in your presentation about challenges facing nuclear medicine in Europe. What do you think? Do we have enough research reactors in the world and in Europe?
Yeah, a couple of challenges for nuclear medicine in Europe I'd like to address, and one of these, the first one is was brought up by the EU Samira group, was also recognized by several of the manufacturers, and that is supply of raw material to make these medical radionuclides. These are quite often enriched stable isotopes, things like ytterbium-176, nickel-64, to produce these isotopes in either a reactor or a cyclotron. So we've been encouraged last couple of years by the addition of some other people coming online to make these enriched stable isotopes, several in the US, a couple in Canada, some in Europe, and one in South Africa. So we feel better about that there are new facilities coming on board that will be able to enrich these stable isotopes that are so important for medical isotope production. The other issue I'd like to bring up is involving some of the new therapeutic radionuclides I mentioned in my presentation. This is becoming a very, very strong growth area for nuclear medicine, and one of the most important ones is for lutetium-177. I mentioned that earlier. Lutetium-177 is being used now with a molecule called dotatate for the treatment of neuroendocrine tumors, and also with PSMA for treatment of prostate cancer, which is a very, very large patient population. So there was some concern, are there enough research reactors, not only in Europe, but in South Africa and Australia, to be able to support this kind of growth? And what we found is we feel we're getting more and more comfortable with the addition of new reactors in France and the South African and the Australian, in addition to the Maria reactor, another Polish, the Maria reactor in Poland, we feel more comfortable that we are going to have the capability to produce the lutetium-177 and other therapeutic radionuclides we need. So we're feeling more and more comfortable about that. And also commercial nuclear power plants have now stepped up. There are a couple of nuclear power plants, commercial nuclear power plants in Canada that are either doing so now or have announced plans to start producing some of these isotopes for medical use.
Okay, thank you very much. Ralf, you mentioned about fuel supply, and what do you think, can we be confident about fuel supply in Europe in coming years?
Yeah, so fuel supply, there are many aspects in there. So one thing was mentioned already by previous speakers is the material supply. For the moment, we have one single source, which is a very nice single source, but it's of course a question. So there's no Haley supply in Europe, for example, and the difficulty is that the business case doesn't stack up very well actually, because the amount of HALEU needed, we're speaking about 1 ton a year or so globally, is too low to trigger investment needed for the supply. So this is a very important thing. But I would just maybe rebound a little bit what was said before. I was working 30 years in the nuclear industry, but mostly in the power sector, so power reactors. And you know that the budgets of the new builds are not very well mastered, so their budgets go up all the time. However, everybody agrees we need electricity, we need low carbon electricity, so money is found because simply there's no choice. And I'm quite surprised to see how tiny the financing in the research reactor area is for essential supply like medical targets, of course, but also research. Axel, what would be University of Munich without you? Without your without FRM2 reactor? So this is absolutely instrumental for the whole scientific community, and I think we should work together to make this case to our governments and European Commission or wherever we have to do it. I think that the financing of the whole thing is not sufficient. So I just mentioned that we as a group had to invest 180 million because of safety regulations. Our factory was too old, simply too old. And the safety regulations go up all the time. And that I lived that also in the power sector. You know, the Hinkley Point budget is just crazy compared with the budget was needed to build a similar reactor 20, 30 years ago. And most of it is really coming from the regulative environment. And okay, that may be the case, but in this case, we have also make the case that the budgets have to go up. Otherwise, and this is a long lead stuff, so you can't wait that it's too late and say, oh, we can't supply any more medical isotopes, because you need 10 years to get it going. In this case, I think we have to make it more strongly, probably, to get this going. But we are all convinced of that. Of course, I'm preaching here in a community which is totally convinced. But what is less easy to do is make the case to the people who decide on it, of course.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Peter, you mentioned about many interesting initiatives of your agency. But as our panelists mentioned, we are facing the challenge of human capital, skills and competence. How to overcome this problem globally?
Okay, so it's about human capacity building using research reactors? Or?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's it's a good question and the right moment to ask, because nowadays we've growing interest to nuclear power globally. The education and training using research reactors is becoming more in demand, I would say, more popular, and the smaller reactors, university reactors, are doing now even the business with the training of the industry people, of the university people in different countries. So this is, I would say, very, very well feeling now branch of the research reactor applications. Yeah, and let's say, speaking about other issues, I think I would just like to echo Axel. He described everything mostly. And I think, yeah, actually the human resources is probably, I would highlight that is very, very, very important, maybe the most important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeff, your agency has huge experience in all nuclear technologies. The question is, what could we learn from the experience of research reactors in the context of building nuclear power plants? This is especially a valid issue for a country like Poland. We have excellent experience with a research reactor, but we are still waiting for a nuclear power plant. What is your recommendation here?
So in addition to the programs I discussed earlier, like our reactor conversion program and our HU fuel removal program, in NNSA we also have dedicated a lot of investment and have a large program that works with countries around the world and has worked with research reactors around the world on physical security and all aspects of security. Not only physical security, but insider threat mitigation, cyber security, all aspects of security. And one thing we're now, in those programs, really turning our focus to is how do we apply the lessons that we've learned in physical security by working with research reactors like Maria for many, many years. How do we apply those lessons and that experience to what we see beginning in Poland now and then likely with small modular reactors and an expanding civil nuclear sector. There are a lot of new questions that this raises, especially if we see a future where small modular reactors and other advanced reactors with high-assay LEU are deployed globally in the world, like our companies in the United States would like to do. We want to make sure that those technologies have the highest standards of non-proliferation, safeguards, and security built into them, so that when they deploy, they've already thought about and employed those things in their reactor designs. So we're doing a lot of thinking about that right now, and our research reactor experience is critical to that thinking that we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much. Kunihiko, I would like to get your overview on also very important topic, public acceptance for nuclear technology. I think topic very important, especially from the perspective of your country.
I think the 4 points. One is development of power reactors for safety researches in the research reactor. And second point is a stable supply of industrial RA production. And third is a basic institute for the science and biotechnology, I think. And last is human development, I think. 4 items is all important, I think. And research reactor useful, operational research reactor is useful and under the international collaboration, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. John, you are representing leading world organization in this field. So what is the most important challenge facing research reactors from your point of view?
I think that it takes a decision almost every day to decide to work with our colleagues rather than to compete only with our colleagues, right? So we sometimes use the term in the US where we have 17 national laboratories of co-opetition. So we cooperate and yet we compete. And that was started way back in the 40s. And sometimes it's, more on the competition than the cooperation. Sometimes it's more on the cooperation. And it really takes that conscious decision every day. And as I listened to the challenges, some of the great details that were provided by like Roy about the moly producing reactors having shutdown periods now that overlap and causing a short-term crisis, or as Axel said, with sometimes having it harder to describe what we do with beam science and the need to have multiple reactors doing beam science. I think we can learn from our colleagues that are working at light sources and free electron lasers. So I'm very excited to hear about your free electron laser project here. I was at SLAC recently learning about some work they're doing, and I would love to see cooperation there. And I know that we're facing challenges in both the US and here in Europe about the notion that spallation sources might replace research reactors. But they only replace a part of what research reactors can do. And even in that realm, it's a complementary part of the physics space that they actually can pursue. We need both. It really is that simple. And so to the degree that we can have this kind of celebration of 5 decades of impact and a plan for it to continue, and to have thoughtful panelists like you've assembled here, about how to address the need for diversification so that we don't live with the folly of a single producer, that too many things can go wrong. A simple mechanical problem, a simple political problem can suddenly change everything. We have to have diversification. And it's difficult, but when you think of what everybody in this room has been able to do for 5 decades, and where we're looking to a bright future, I'm confident we can do it as long as we make sure that we really think about it and commit to it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Co-opetition is really actual and beautiful work. Grzegorz, what will be the future of Maria reactor?
Good question.
You are the most competent person in this field.
Me. Yeah, I try to be very short. I see the 3 stages. In the short term, of course, I see to obtain the new license for reactor operation after end of March next year, for our colleagues. In midterm, installation of 5 diffractometers, which we received from Helmut Zentrum Berlin, and come back to neutron beam studies. Next steps, upgrading of the instrumentation and control system, exchange of pumps, the reactor pool cooling circuit, because in the primary cooling circuit of fuel channel we have good pumps from our project during conversion. In long term, of course, safe operation of Maria for the next till 2050 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, we need to stop this discussion. I hope that our participants who has questions could ask you during the lunch, because we are out of time now. So once again, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. I think that you're an excellent Maria Research Reactor family and ecosystem, and it's really fantastic. I would like also thank our colleagues responsible for organization of this event, Grzegorz, Paweł, Agnieszka, and our team from communication office. So once again, thank you for your time, and thank you that you are part of Maria Reactor family. Thank you once again.